Going live. All right, sir, you may have a seat in the witness chair. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the defense will be starting their case in chief. This witness has been previously sworn. Mr. Harris, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Go ahead and state your name again for the record, sir.
Blaze Simpson.
And Ms. Simpson, I just had a few more questions for you that I wanted to clear some things up. You saw the surveillance video, right?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, well, let me show you. Did you see that screen on there?
No, sir. Oh, yeah, I can. Yes, sir.
That's the same sweatshirt that James had on that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I mean, same sweatshirt he's wearing here, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And as far as Michael Gray, you keep calling it Truth, right? That's for Truman, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's your, was he,
It's my sister's boyfriend.
okay, but she has that's your nephew's dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've known him most of your life, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I wanted to ask you specifically in reference to that night. I think you told members of the jury you never heard James say that a black guy shot. You never heard him on the phone saying a black guy shot.
No, sir.
All right. When I think you said when Brandon came back, he was bleeding. Y'all helped him, right?
Yes, sir.
So there was a lot of blood, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. But in reference to, I think you said that Brandon told you that.
Objection to hear, he's leaving the witness.
I'm still on cross, dude.
Okay. No.
This is the,
It's a hostile.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll have to make that statement on the record.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Thain.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Brandon Munoz told you that he shot Emilio? Remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
That's not what he told you. He told you that James kicked in the door and he got shot when he told you that Michael kicked in the door and he got shot when Michael kicked in the door.
No, sir, he didn't say that.
You know that he didn't run in the same direction as Michael did.
I'm not for sure because I wasn't, whenever all that stuff happened, I didn't actually see it happen. I never actually seen Brandon shoot Emilio. All I seen was him kick in the door. And as soon as he kicked in the door, there was shots fired and I ran.
Sir, he told you, only thing you know about what happened upstairs is what people told you. Because you never were upstairs.
I was upstairs, but I wasn't. As soon as he kicked in the door,
Let me
there
ask
were
you,
shots fired, and as soon as there were shots fired, I ran.
on
So I
the,
never actually seen him shoot any
on,
other.
would you agree with me that on the video, all they do is they see you in the parking lot running? Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When well, let's talk about when you talked to Detective You told him you didn't have anything to do, you told him you didn't have anything to do with the robbery, didn't you?
No, sir, I didn't.
You didn't tell him that?
No, sir. Whenever he told me that he had surveillance footage, that's whenever I started to tell him.
I'm saying the first thing you told him is you didn't have anything to do with no robbery.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
He asked you if you wanted to go to jail, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And I think you already admitted to the jury, you don't remember testifying that you told,
Objection leading.
Let's let him finish the question.
I'm asking you what you testified to. You the same, Blaze Simpson that testified earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm asking you, earlier you told them to the jury that at one point you told detectives.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
At one point you told the detective that only Brandon and Proof went upstairs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And earlier, or yesterday, whatever day it was you testified, you told them to the jury on that surveillance video, you know that James is running away from there with a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
The state would like to have a running objection for leading if he's gonna keep asking yes or no questions. This is direct examination.
Judge, all I'm asking, this witness testified earlier, I'm asking him what he told the jury, that's all I'm saying.
He can ask those questions, but they must be open-ended because this is his direct examination.
Just restate your question.
What did you tell the jury about James when you saw him, on the surveillance video?
That he was running and by his side he was holding a gun.
And just so we're clear, as far as whether or not Brandon left the stairs, or left that area out by the door after Michael kicked in the door, when he left that area, you don't know whether he left first
Objection
or,
leading.
or do you know whether he left first?
Objection still leading.
You could rephrase your question.
You don't know whether James left first?
Objection
Or-
leading.
Just ask him if you,
Let him finish his question,
yeah.
please.
You don't know whether James left first or Brandon left first, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
Because you weren't up there, right?
No,
When they
sir.
left.
No, sir.
And if Brandon left immediately after Michael left, you don't know because you weren't up there, correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
See, whenever I was.
Listen to my question, listen to my question. Whether or not Brandon left immediately after Michael left, you don't know because you weren't up there, correct?
No, sir.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right. You're gonna say?
Good morning, Mr. Simpson.
Good morning.
Now, it looks like, it sounded like the defense was trying to confuse you about what you actually did and your role in this. You guys were all there because you guys planned a robbery, right?
Yes, sir.
And where did you start? That night, did you start from 14313 Cimarron Drive, Balch Springs, Texas, 75180?
Skyfrost Drive.
Skyfrost. Okay, so you were at the Skyfrost address. So that's 14311 Skyfrost Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75253?
Yes, sir.
Is that where Michael Gray's trailer is?
Yes, sir.
So, how long do you think it took you to get to 6466 Ridgecrest Drive, which is where this offense occurred?
Probably about an hour.
Okay. So it took you about an hour to get there.
Yes, sir.
If I was to tell you that going from Skyfrost to 646 Ridgecrest was about 30 minutes, would that surprise you?
No, sir.
Commissioner Fletcher, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this, I'll show you a Google Maps printout of the two addresses you
Mr. Kimball, speak your voice up.
I'm showing a Google Maps printout of the two places that you said you were at that night. Are those the two places that you said you were at?
Yes, sir.
And did this accurately depict your journey that night from Michael Gray's trailer to the offense location?
Yes, sir.
And aid the jury in kind of understanding how long it took you to get there?
Yes, sir.
So objection, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the exhibit number?
196.
All right, stage 196 will be amended.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So it's a little hard to see on there, but in State's Exhibit number 196, if we zoom in and we take and we look at the fastest mile route down here, how long does that say?
35 minutes.
About how many miles does that say?
21 miles.
So if you think of going from that place where you were at, and Brandon Munoz is also there with you as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So Brandon was there with you when Michael Gray Truman was there, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no reason for you to be all the way over there at 6466 Ridgecrest, right?
No, sir.
But the real reason is because you guys went there for a robbery.
Yes, sir.
There's no reason besides a robbery for you to be there, right?
Yes, sir.
Because even if you guys are gonna read up on some weed or some wax or something like that, one person can go, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't need all four people to go read up on some weed or some wax, right?
No, sir.
So you do know by planning this, or at least going along with the plan, you're at least guilty of conspiracy, right?
Yes, sir.
Same as Brandon Munoz, right?
Yes, sir.
Because he was there with you and he planned this thing too, right?
Yes, sir.
And initially, when you first went to talk to Officer Lowe, well, to Detective Lowe, you said that you didn't go up there, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you didn't go up to the offense location, you were just in the car, right?
Yes, sir.
Then basically, after he said, hey, I have video surveillance footage of you, and we know what you did, that's when you changed, right?
Yes, sir.
And then after that, you basically just started telling the truth because you thought that he actually saw you up there and that you saw the offense.
Yes, sir.
You thought that he saw you up there with your AK, because you had an AK, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought you had your AK. He saw you with the AK. he heard the shots and he saw you running with Michael Gray Truman, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't even know what Brandon Munoz did. You just know he kicked in the door, right?
Yes, sir.
And after that, basically shots started happening.
Yes, sir.
And you found out that Emilio has a CHL, which means he has a gun.
Yes, sir.
And you know that James Davis, can carry a gun.
Yes, sir.
And you know that James Davis is the one that knows Emilio.
Yes, sir.
And James Davis is the whole reason why y'all even knew that Emilio had wax.
Yes, sir.
And so, after you had the biggest gun, right? You had the AK.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And you sat there and you thought that Detective Lowe had caught you red-handed, and then he saw what happened.
Yes, sir.
So basically, that's why your story has been consistent since you talked to Detective Lowe, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you talked to us, you talked to the DA's office, and you talked to Detective Lowe, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said the exact same thing.
Yes, sir.
And you said the exact same thing in court today.
Yes, sir.
So, you and Munoz, y'all been friends, best friends since middle school, right?
Yes, sir.
So much so that you didn't even own your own house or apartment. You lived with Michael Gray, right?
Yes, sir.
But you still, out of the goodness of your heart, or for whatever reason, still let Brandon Munoz live with you.
Yes, sir.
Because what is he homeless?
At the time, he just had some stuff going on, and I let him come stay with me.
Okay. So he was living with you at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
So basically, y'all were getting into the same things.
Yes, sir.
And at the time, you were 17, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was 19, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that Emilio was 22?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Emilio Paez was born on December the 30th, 1997. So he was 22. You know that, right? You know that now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And James was about 20, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know your friend, your brother-in-law Michael Truman was 27.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass this one.
All right, Mr. Harris?
On the night all this happened, you were a 17-year-old kid, right?
Yes, sir.
On the night you went and interviewed with, detective.
Hold on a second, Mr. Harris.
Go ahead.
Okay, watch the microphone.
Objection leading.
You just testified you were a 17-year-old kid, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the night that you testified, when you interviewed with the detective, you were 17, right? 17-year-old kid.
Yes, sir.
Did he call your parents? Give you a chance to talk to your parents or anybody?
No, sir.
17-year-old kid, he's telling you you're about to be charged with capital murder.
Yes, sir.
You were scared, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And I guess you tell the members of the jury that you lied.
Objection leading.
In the interview room, you tell the members of the jury you lied, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were afraid for your life, right?
Yes, sir.
That's Michael Gray, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was using Xanax that night, right? Bars?
Yes, sir.
That's what you testified to, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michael Gray can get aggressive, right?
Yes, sir.
Especially when he's using bars, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michael Gray did this to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that's what happened when he has confrontations with people, right?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, where y'all come from? Seagoville or Box Springs? Where y'all come from?
Right in between.
Okay.
The trailer that we were staying in is right in the middle of Cedarville and Box Springs.
Okay, and y'all go from there all the way over to North Dallas, right?
Yes, sir.
And, y'all were supposed to be getting weed from James, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Anything further, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You said Michael Gray was aggressive with you, right?
Yes, sir.
But he didn't shoot you, did he?
No, sir, you didn't.
And Gray's already a convicted murderer. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Because he took the 10 years for murder, right?
Yes, sir.
He took responsibility for his actions, didn't
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Further questions, sir?
Yeah, and you hoping you can get 10 years, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
And you're hoping you can get 10 years, right?
No, I don't know yet, sir.
I mean, you're actually hoping you get your case dismissed, right?
I don't know yet.
That's all I have.
All right, anything further, Mr. Campbell?
he? You know your case is not getting dismissed, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you read it?
Is that until you testify against James Davis?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Are you prepared to testify against James Davis as well?
Yes, sir.
You do and say whatever you gotta do to save yourself right now, right?
Objection.
Oh, God, that's all I have, man.
Okay. Mr. Kinsler?
Nothing further for this witness, Your
All
Honor.
right, may this witness be excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you, sir, you may be excused, thank you, Mr. Long.
Is he finally excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Judge, may we approach?
Sure.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the potential arrest.
Is there any rebuttal from the state?
No run from the state, nothing from,
All right, both sides rested closed.
Yes, Your Honor.
rest of closed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are ready for you all to get the case. So what I will need to do is go over the jury charge with you, which is the law that you will use to make your decision on this case. What we will also do with the alternates, for the two alternates, and wave your hands at me for the two alternates. Okay. For you two, we will have you all sitting in a, back in the jury room. You all are actually gonna deliberate in the courtroom. And, you all will not be needed until until the verdict is delivered, or, there's some reason that a juror will have to, sit out or excuse themselves. So, please listen carefully to the charge of the court. Brandon Alexander Munoz, the defendant, stands charged by indictment with the felony offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed on or about March 6, 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. You're instructed that the law applicable to this case is as follows. Offense definitions. A person commits murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. A person commits capital murder if he intentionally commits murder in the course of committing or attempting to commit robbery. A person commits robbery if in the course of committing theft, as that term is herein defined, and with intent to obtain or maintain control of the property of another, the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. A person commits theft if he unlawfully appropriates property with intent to deprive the owner of the property. A person commits aggravated robbery if he commits robbery as defined immediately above, and he A, causes serious bodily injury to another, or B, uses or exhibits a deadly weapon. Term definitions. Actor means a person whose criminal responsibility is an issue in a criminal action. Another means a person other than the actor. Appropriation and appropriate means to acquire, appropriate means to acquire or otherwise exercise control over property other than real property. Appropriation of property is unlawful if it is without the owner's effective consent. Attempt to commit an offense occurs with specific intent to commit an offense. A person does an act amounting to more than mere preparation that tends but fails to effect the commission of the offense intended. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Deadly weapon means a firearm. Deprive means to withhold property from the owner permanently or for so extended a period of time that a major portion of the value or enjoyment of the property is lost to the owner. Effective consent means assent in fact, whether expressed or apparent, and includes consent by a person legally authorized to act for the owner. Consent is not effective if induced by force, threat, or fraud. In the course of committing theft means conduct that occurs in an attempt to commit, during the commission, or in immediate flight after the attempt or commission of theft. Individual means a human being who is alive. Owner means a person who has title to the property, possession of the property, whether lawful or not, or a greater right to possession of the property than the person charged. Person means an individual. Property means tangible or intangible personal property, including anything severed from land, or a document, including money, that represents or embodies anything of value. Mental state definitions. The following definition applies to the offense of capital murder. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. The following definitions apply to the offense of robbery. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or to circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to circumstances surrounding his conduct or the result of his conduct when he is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Party liability. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct or by the conduct of another, which he is criminally responsible, or by both. A person is criminally responsible for the offense committed by the conduct of another if acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to the offense. Conspiracy liability. If in the attempt to carry out a conspiracy to commit one felony, another felony is committed by one of the conspirators, all conspirators are guilty of the felony actually committed. Though having no intent to commit it, if the offense was committed in furtherance of the lawful purpose and was one that should have been anticipated as a result of the carrying out of the conspiracy. Capital murder, murder, robbery, and attempted robbery are all felonies. The term conspiracy, as used in these instructions, means an agreement between two or more persons with intent that a felony be committed, that they, or one or more of them, engage in conduct that will constitute the offense. An agreement constituting a conspiracy may be inferred from the acts of the parties. You're further instructed that in a prosecution in which an actor's criminal responsibility is based on the conduct of another, the actor may be convicted on proof of commission of the offense and that he was a party to its commission, and there's no defense that the actor belongs to a class of persons that by definition of the offense is legally incapable of committing the offense in an individual capacity, or that the person for whose conduct the actor is criminally responsible has been acquitted, has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different offense or of a different type or class of offense, or is immune to prosecution. Accomplice witnesses. A person who has been charged with the same offense as the defendant is an accomplice. A conviction cannot be had upon the testimony of an accomplice unless the jury first believes that the accomplice's testimony is true and that it shows the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against them. And even then, you cannot convict unless the accomplice's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged. And the corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. You're charged that Blaze Simpson was an accomplice, and if any offense was committed, and you are instructed that you cannot find the defendant guilty by the testimony of Blaze Simpson unless you first believe that his testimony is true and that it shows the defendant is guilty as charged in the indictment. Even then, you cannot convict the defendant unless you further believe that there is other evidence in this case, outside the testimony of Blaze Simpson, tending to connect the defendant with the commission of the offense charged in the indictment. And then, from all the evidence, you must believe that beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Capital murder. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instruction, if you unanimously believe that the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about March 6, 2020 in Dallas County, the defendant intentionally caused the death of Emilio Paez, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and the defendant was then and there in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of said deceased, then you'll find the defendant guilty of capital murder. Or that the defendant entered into a conspiracy with one or more persons to commit the felony offense of robbery, and that on or about March 6, 2020, in Dallas County, Texas, in the attempt to carry out the conspiracy, one or more of the conspirators did then and there intentionally cause the death of Emilio Paez by shooting Emilio Paez with a firearm, a deadly weapon, while in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Emilio Paez, and this act should have been anticipated as a result of carrying out of the conspiracy, then you'll find the defendant guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you're unable to agree, you will next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser offense of murder. Murder. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you unanimously believe that the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about March 6, 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant Brandon Alexander Munoz did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, or knowingly cause the death of Emilio Paez, an individual, by shooting Emilio Paez with a deadly weapon or firearm, then you'll find the defendant guilty of murder. Or that the defendant entered into a conspiracy with one or more persons to commit the felony offense of robbery, and that on or about March 6, 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, in the attempt to carry out this conspiracy, one or more of the conspirators did then and there intentionally cause the death of Emilio Paez by shooting Emilio Paez with a firearm, a deadly weapon, while in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Emilio Paez. And this act should have been anticipated as a result of the carrying out of the conspiracy, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of murder as included in the indictment. Unless you so find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will next consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser offense of aggravated robbery as charged herein. Aggravated robbery. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you unanimously believe that the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about March 6, 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant Brandon Alexander Munoz did then and there unlawfully, while in the course of committing theft of property or committing or attempting to commit theft of property owned by Emilio Paez, and with intent to obtain or maintain control of the property, intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to Emilio Paez by shooting Emilio Paez with a deadly weapon, a firearm, then you'll find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of aggravated robbery as included in the indictment. Unless you so find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated robbery, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. If you should find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of capital murder or murder, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which offense he is guilty of, then you should resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor. And in such event, you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of murder. If you should find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of capital murder or aggravated robbery, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which offense he's guilty of, then you should resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor. And in that event, you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of aggravated robbery. If you should find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder or aggravated robbery, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which offense he's guilty of, then you should resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor, and in such event, you'll find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of aggravated robbery. If you should find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of capital murder or aggravated robbery, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which offense he's guilty of, then you should resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor. And in such event, you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of aggravated robbery. If you do not so believe, and if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of capital murder and say by your verdict, not guilty. Presumptions and burden of proof. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact the defendant has been arrested, confined, or indicted for or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require the defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. If the state fails to meet its burden, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. Evidentiary instructions. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. Do not be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and draw no inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting the evidence to which an objection is made, the court does not determine what weight should be given such evidence, nor does it pass on the credibility of the witnesses. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. You're instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him or prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this phase of the trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. You're instructed that voluntary intoxication, if you should find, does not constitute a defense to the commission of a crime. You're instructed that if there is any testimony before you, in this case, regarding the defendant's having committed an offense other than the offense alleged against him in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said testimony for any purpose unless you find and believe, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant committed such other offense, if any was committed, and even then you may only consider the same in determining the motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, or state of mind of the defendant, if any, and for no other purpose. Concluding instructions. It is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. In deliberating on this case, you are not to refer to or discuss any matter or issue not in evidence before you, and you are not to talk about this case to anyone not of your jury. Mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling is to play no part in your deliberation. You're the exclusive judges of the facts proved and the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive and be governed by the law from the court which is herein given to you. After you have retired to consider the verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in their charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your foreperson, through the bailiff who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question you may have. After argument of counsel, you will retire and select one of your members as your foreperson. It is the duty of your foreperson to preside at your deliberations and to vote with you in arriving at a verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous, and after you have arrived at your verdict, you may use one of the forms attached hereto by having your foreperson sign a particular form that conforms to your verdict. The Honorable Leila Lawrence Mays, the 283rd Judicial District Court. and the forms are attached. The verdict forms read, "We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment." That will be signed by the presiding juror, and then the presiding juror will print his or her name. Next, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of murder as included in the indictment. That also has a space for a signature and printed name. Next, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of aggravated robbery as included in the indictment. Also a place for the signature and printed name. And lastly, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Also a place for the presiding juror's signature and the presiding juror's printed name. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that is the law that you all will use to deliberate with. We will now hear closing arguments from the state and the defense. State, are you ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, permission to remove my mask during closing argument?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. May it please the court,
Yes.
counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I spent a lot of time with you guys on Monday talking about the law. And one of the things I really hammered with all of you guys and the other 90 folks that we had in that panel is law of parties. We talked about that. Remember? I gave you that goofy example about me, winter, spring, and autumn, and that I bopped winter on the head, and then I asked spring to help keep winter in abeyance while both me and autumn came in and attacked winter. Y'all remember that? And there was a reason I asked that question, because one of the questions I asked the entire group was there an offense committed? And all of y'all said in unison, yes. What offense was committed? Assault. Who is responsible? All of you. You were all responsible for that offense. Well, now you understand why I brought that silly example up. Because the law of parties doesn't distinguish about whose role is what. The law of parties specifically is about the conduct that reflects on everyone involved. And so Judge is going to give you this jury charge. She just spent a good amount of time talking to y'all about it. And I'm going to ask you to turn your attention and reread. You're going to read the whole thing, I know. Specifically look at law of parties on page 4, and then conspiracy liability on 4 and 5. And specifically when it comes to the conspiracy liability, if in the attempt to carry out a conspiracy to commit one felony, in this case aggravated robbery, another felony is committed by one of the conspirators, all the conspirators are guilty of the felony actually committed. Though having no intent to commit it, if the offense was committed in the furtherance of the unlawful purpose, and one should have anticipated as a result of carrying out that conspiracy. Capital murder, robbery, and attempted robbery are all felonies. Okay, so what do we know here? We know that James Davis and Emilio Paez knew each other. They were cordial. They were acquaintances. They sold wax. And I sympathize with Miss Amanda, but come on now. It was clear that Emilio had this side hustle for selling dope, and that's fine. In fact, we talked about the perfect victim and imperfect victim. And y'all remember Miss Purley in the back? Miss Purley said, it doesn't matter what the victim's life was like. If something happened, the person that committed the offense should be held responsible for it. And that's what we're doing today. Okay, so Emilio sold weed. Wax. Well, we know they had a relationship, James and the victim. We know that James went to the house, the apartment that night. We know that because he told Detective Loeb that. We know that they had Emilio provided James his address to show up that night. And James coordinates with his 3 friends to go and jack Emilio Paez. They meet up at that trailer that Michael Truman Gray owns, where this man lives, the defendant, along with the defendant's best friend and Truman Gray's brother-in-law, Blaze Simpson, and they come up with a cockamamie idea to go rob the drug dealer. And, Blaze, he says, it wasn't really well thought out. He said that multiple times. You heard him say that. It wasn't really planned out. But they had enough wherewithal to all be armed when they went to see Emilio Paez. The plan was to go rob him. And why did they know to bring guns? Why is it that James had a pistol? Michael Gray had a pistol? Brandon Munoz had a pistol? And Blaze Simpson had an AK-47 because they knew Emilio was going to be armed. And what do guns do? What's the purpose of a gun? Why do you keep it ready, as Blaze described when they were at the door of the apartment that night? Because you're going to use it if you need to. You're going to take it either willingly or by force. But you know what? They've decided to do it by force. They busted through that apartment door, took the door threshold off the wall, with the lock in place, and gunfire is exchanged. Now, we don't know what happened in the apartment. We don't know who shot first. What we do know is that there are 14 fired cartridge casings in that apartment from a 9mm weapon. And I say a 9mm weapon. We know 3 people had pistols. And we know Blaze Simpson, if you're to believe him, had an AK-47. No evidence of any fired shell casings from an AK-47 in that apartment. And he kept shooting. And they kept shooting. Whether you believe it was James that shot, whether you believe it was Truman, Michael Gray that shot, or whether you believe it was Brandon Munoz that shot, it doesn't matter. The conduct of one applies to the conduct of all. That's what the law of parties, and that is what the conspiracy law says. And we may never know who shot. Blaze says he heard that it was Brandon. He didn't tell you he saw Brandon shoot. He said he saw Brandon kick in the door. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Emilio was feeling when he sees his door busted open? His pregnant wife in the room asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, and 3 men bust through the door. Brandon Munoz busted through the door, and they began exchanging fire. Who is the only injured person besides Emilio Paez being slaughtered on the floor of that kitchen? This guy right here. This guy has a hole plugged in his arm. Was that because he was down by the stairs or downstairs in the car or he'd run off? Absolutely not. That's ludicrous. They breached that door and he was right there with them. And you all said, and we're not, in fact, one of the jurors in this panel specifically said, if someone comes into my house, I'm going to do what I need to do to protect my family. That's what Emilio tried to do. But there's only 2 fired cartridge casings from his gun. 2! While he is being slaughtered at the hands of these 4 defendants. The defense is going to get up here in just a couple minutes, and this is what he's going to tell you. He's going to say, first of all, state didn't prove, first of all, they didn't charge the right underlying felony. They could have charged burglary of a habitation. Y'all remember that Oreo example he used in the ward iron of the little boy eating the cookies? A burglary of a habitation is when you break into someone's home without their consent and you take something from them. A burglary of a habitation is not an aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon where you bust through someone's door and you use a deadly weapon. That's what we know happened here. The underlying offense is exactly as it's supposed to be. He's going to get up here in just a second, and he's going to tell all of y'all, Blaze Simpson is a big fat liar. He expects his case to be dismissed. Trust and believe, Blaze Simpson's case is not being dismissed. He's going to say Michael Gray and James Davis are the from Brandon Munoz's criminal responsibility in this case, his party liability, his conspiracy liability. He is just as equally responsible under the law as Michael Gray, as Blaze Simpson, as James Davis. And James Davis, trust and believe he'll get his day in court. Michael Gray and his sentence, let's be clear, Michael Gray is a convicted murderer as of today. Michael Gray took responsibility for his actions that night. Blaze Simpson admitted under oath that he is guilty of capital murder. We could try him next week with that transcript, and a jury would have no reasonable doubt as to that defendant's guilt in this case.
9 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, when you go in, you have to decide who do you believe, what do you believe, what evidence is there to support. And you can believe some, all, or none of Blaze's testimony. But one thing that you should think about, I thought that was so important. He's the only one that he says of himself, I had an AK-47. An AK-47 is not a small gun, y'all. That is a weapon of mass destruction. That's what the military uses. That's what gangbangers use. And all he said that the defendant had was a pistol. Why would he give himself the larger gun, the more powerful gun, the more deadly weapon? Both deadly weapons. Don't make a mistake about that. But why would he say that if it wasn't true? Why wouldn't he tell you all today he did see Brandon shoot? It's because he didn't see Brandon shoot. That still doesn't detract from Brandon Munoz's responsibility. You are all not here for James Davis. You are not here for Michael Gray. You are not here for Blaze Simpson. You're here for Brandon Munoz. And you have to evaluate all of the testimony and evidence that we've submitted to you. It's very basic. It's not complicated. Ladies and gentlemen, in a minute, the defense is going to get up here and he's going to give you his closing arguments, and he's going to provide his version of what he thinks happened. Please pay attention to what he has to say, because I fully expect he's going to throw dirt on all of this. He's going to annihilate Blaze Simpson's credibility, and you should be skeptical of Blaze Simpson's credibility. But Blaze Simpson's statements to you are corroborated by all of the other evidence. The defendant's injuries, the surveillance video, the text messages between James and the victim, all of that supports that Brandon Munoz is guilty of capital murder. And we ask you to render the only true and just verdict in this case and find him guilty of capital murder.
Thank you.
May I please, remove my mask here?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your busy schedule to serve as jurors. As I told you earlier, the system does not work without your participation. But as we said from the beginning, the state has the burden to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, and they haven't done that for one simple reason. Brandon Munoz is not guilty of capital murder. Now, I want to make sure that we're clear on something, that I know at some portions during the trial, I told you that Mr. Munoz was probably going to testify. I had no idea they weren't going to call James Davis, no idea they weren't going to call Michael Gray, no idea what they were going to present. I definitely didn't know that all they were going to present was Blaze Simpson. I can't force him to testify when and try to prove his innocence when they haven't proved his guilt. And the law dictates that he does not have to prove his innocence. That's why it's in the jury charge, highlighted. Now, when you talk about an accomplice witness and you talk about I mean, there is no case without, Blaze Simpson. They're talking about, I'm trying to twist his words up now. Ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about credibility, Blaze Simpson looked you in the face and lied to you. Not only about, you know, this being a robbery and all that, or them talking about robbery, this being a robbery, him being upstairs, but more importantly, just something as simple as, do you expect to get anything out of this? Now, if he'll lie and say he's not expecting to get anything out of this, he looked you in the face and said, I'm not expecting anything for my cooperation. We all know that is a lie. That's a lie. If he'll lie about that, then he'll lie about anything else. Everything else. His head is on the guillotine, they have the switch. He'll say what they want him to say. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is when those detectives get out there and they see that door forced open, they immediately think home invasion. So they start looking for evidence that supports a home invasion. That's what they immediately think. We got another Capitol. That's what they immediately think. The bottom line is, they even got it wrong because they thought the suspects took Evelyn's money, remember? But they didn't. They later found the money. But that's why they thought this was a home invasion. That's why they thought this was a robbery. So now they got to find evidence to support that. When you look at the all the evidence in this case, you know, when you talk about what corroborates what. Well, first and foremost, you got to believe Blaze before you even start talking about corroboration. Because if you don't believe Blaze, it's over. There is no case. There's no case. Because there is nothing to corroborate that a robbery took place. It's just as likely, in fact, I say it's more likely that it was a confrontation. That's the first thing, when James called the brother-in-law, that's the first thing he said. Emilio got into it, we got into it with some black people. We got into it with a black guy, whether it was 3 black guys, a black guy and a white guy, whatever. We got into it with a black guy in the parking lot. And guess what? That's the confrontation. It's corroborated. There's a video of the confrontation. It's corroborated. There's a confrontation. Now they got to try to spin this, oh, that was fake, that was fake. It's corroborated. There was a confrontation. They go upstairs. Again, it's Brandon and Michael. We know that Michael is a hothead who was high on bars, and then Blaze is going to make you believe that he's the only one that wasn't high that night. He was high too. 17-year-old kid, scared to death. And the bottom line is, when you look at the law of parties talking about mere presence, he's not even guilty of capital murder. He was just in there in the parking lot. He's not guilty of capital murder, but he pled guilty because they got him believing that if you go to trial, you're going to be found guilty. Well, I submit to you, if they try to take him to trial and he tells them that, yeah, I did lie, it was a false confession, and Mr. Munoz goes and can tell them what really happened, maybe he won't be convicted of capital murder. Maybe this false conviction, this false confession won't end him up in prison. But they don't care because all they're trying to do is prove, you know, that this was a capital murder, that this was a robbery. I submit to you that the evidence of the door being forced open is just as consistent with there being a confrontation in the parking lot between Michael Gray and you got Michael Gray and James. And why is there a confrontation? Let's talk about that. I want to talk to you about why there would be a confrontation. Remember I asked the detective, well, they're coming all the way from Seagoville. This is like 2 in the morning. They're coming all the way from Seagoville. And when you see the text messages, that's what they're talking about. Hey, are you still up? Are you still up? You know, hey, I'm coming. How far are you? I'm coming. And the bottom line is, remember, I don't know if I asked the girlfriend, you know, she went to bed, so she doesn't know who all Emilio came in contact with. So even if you believe he sold weed, he must have sold it all before James got there. But remember, I asked Blaze, who are y'all getting the weed from? We're getting the weed from James. So it's a reasonable deduction from the evidence. They're getting the weed, they're coming all the way over there with James to get the weed from James. Now James gets all the way to North Dallas, and Emilio don't have no weed. That's what the confrontation, it's a reasonable deduction, that's what the confrontation is about. He doesn't have any weed. Michael Gray is pissed. That's what they're arguing about. It's a reasonable deduction from the evidence. They get all the way over there, now he doesn't have anything. Michael Gray wants to fight. How do you know Michael Gray wants to fight? Because at some point you can see James come up, James trying to calm him down, and at some point you see James do like this. Because Michael Gray is trying to come out of the car on him. There was a heated confrontation. At some point, Brandon and Michael go upstairs, and Michael forces the door open. And that's when Emilio shoots. Now, when you talk about cooperation, I'll submit to you, when you look at the injury that he has, he goes, the door is forced open. He goes, remember I asked the detective, how far did James say he went in? About 2 feet, just right here. So that's consistent with him going in, boom. After he pushes Michael out, boom, he gets hit in the arm. And then he takes out running. You know he gets hit in the arm. You know he doesn't go into the apartment because he'd have been bleeding everywhere if he's the one that's doing all the shooting. He's holding his arm. That's why there's no blood. When he's running out there, he's holding his arm. That's definitely why there's no blood in the apartment. If he had been shot in his arm, his blood would have been all in the apartment. If he's the one doing the shooting, right? His blood would have been in the apartment. You think they waste your tax dollars doing DNA, swabbing him, trying to see if his DNA is in there? Just, because that's something we do? No. Because they were trying to corroborate what James told them. They were trying to corroborate the lie that Blaze told them. And they couldn't. Not with fingerprints, not with blood evidence, and definitely not with video. Not with video. In fact, other than Blaze saying that Brandon was out there, and I think the detective tried to say, you can't tell from the video. That video doesn't corroborate that he was even out there. But we're not denying that he was out there, but I'm just telling you that without Blaze's testimony, there is no case. And you have to believe Blaze, and you can't believe Blaze because he lied to you. But back to being specific in regard to that this is just as likely that it was a confrontation where Michael being pissed off for whatever reason, because they wasted time coming all the way in the middle of the night from Singleville all the way to North Dallas. They get into a confrontation. He forces the door open because he wants to fight. He doesn't know Emilio has no firearm. He gets Brandon shot. They take out running. Now the question is, what happened in the apartment at that point? What happened in the apartment? See, they want you to just take a leap of faith that, once Emilio shoots, that has everything to do with the robbery. Yeah, he's entitled to shoot when someone forces the door open. If he and Michael Gray are into a confrontation, Michael Gray comes up and knocks his door open because they have a confrontation, yes, he's entitled to shoot. Why did James shoot Emilio? That's what I was hoping we could get to. Because if you believe James, if they never came into the apartment and there's no physical evidence that supports that they did, then James has to be the shooter. Unless there's a black guy in there. James has to be the shooter. But the question is, why did James shoot Emilio? And you know that remember I talked to the detective about if the people were only here, there's no way that they could have fired into the kitchen where Emilio was. So that's how you know it had to be James. Now, they want you to take a leap of faith and say that James shot him because of this supposed conspiracy. But that's not necessarily true, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe James shot because now Emilio's shooting, and now he's scared because he's in the living room and Emilio is shooting in his direction. We don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that Brandon Munoz was never in that apartment. That's corroborated by the lack of physical evidence. That's how you know that James is lying. But what's the first thing he told the brother-in-law? He said it was a confrontation because that's what it was. And that's corroborated on the video. Now, once he realizes that they have his vehicle, they have him there, now he'll say whatever the detective wants him to say. As long as he doesn't get, as long as he's not the shooter, as long as he can, mitigate his involvement. So they put it all on Brandon. They put it all on Brandon. Another way you know that Blaze lied to you. Now they made you think that they couldn't get text messages. Now all of a sudden they have text messages. But do you remember, and we know they got Brandon's phone, they got Emilio's phone, they had James' phone, but Blaze said that James was texting, Blaze said that James was texting Michael, trying to see where they were or whatever. Michael was texting James using Brandon's phone. Well, where are those texts? Where are those texts about this robbery? Where are the texts? There are no texts because that didn't happen. He's lying. He's lying. Where are the texts? The only text messages you're going to get is something about between James and Emilio, and them talking about James coming over there to pick up some what you can infer is weed or wet or wax or whatever. Those are the only text messages you're going to get, and that doesn't corroborate a robbery, ladies and gentlemen. What it corroborates is that Blaze Simpson lied to you. That's what it corroborates. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on when you talk about these detectives and how they, once they form their opinion about what happened. You remember, I think it was Detective Cheney, who, I think he got his cases confused or something, because he had no idea what he was talking about as far as this case. But he's still trying to prove to you guys that whoever came in the apartment, the evidence was consistent with them being the ones that did the shooting, that there was only 2 people in the apartment, He's testifying to you guys, trying to make y'all believe that this was a home invasion. So he's testifying in a manner to make you believe that. And that's what they do. That's what they did with these witnesses in this case. They believed it was a home invasion, robbery. Once they get the 17-year-old kid down there, James knows that he's in it. James is the shooter, based on all the evidence. So he knows they're going to be able to connect him. That's why he calls the brother-in-law. Okay? That's why he calls the brother-in-law, trying to cover his trail. More importantly, you're going to get a text that before James actually went down there, he's researching now. He's researching. Basically, I guess he's researching how to get away with murder. He does a research of, can you incriminate yourself if you tell the police that you're buying drugs? He's researching. How do I get out of this? You see it on one of the text messages or I guess what they do is they looked at all his inquiries on the internet. And one of the inquiries before he went down to talk to Detective Lowe is, again, can you incriminate yourself if you tell the police that you're selling drugs? How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? I lie on Brandon Munoz, that's how. We all get together and we lie on Brandon Munoz. But that's why we have the accomplice witness testimony. And I want to make sure that I'm specific and I'm clear on what the law is. First and foremost, you got to believe Blaze. That's first, that there was a robbery. Take Blaze's testimony out of everything. Take Blaze's testimony out. Take his testimony out. What do you have? You got a forced entry. And you also have to take James, he's an accomplice with himself. What do you have? Take James's testimony out. Those are the accomplice witnesses. What do you have? You got a forced door that's open. He got a defensive wound when he shot in the arm. Oh, you got the text messages. You got text messages. You got the video. You got video of them running down. The video where Blaze says you can see James with the gun. You got the video of the confrontation. None of that by itself proves that there was a robbery. None of it. Absolutely none of it proves that there was a robbery. And when you read the jury charge, it specifically says, you're instructed that you cannot find the defendant guilty upon the testimony of Blaze Simpson unless you first believe that his testimony is true and that it shows the defendant is guilty as charged in the indictment. Even then, you cannot convict the defendant unless you further believe that there is evidence, that there is other evidence in the case outside of the testimony of Blaze Simpson tending to connect the defendant to the commission of the offense charged in the indictment. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, there is none that proves that a robbery took place, other than what Blaze is saying. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I know that the judge covered it. I really didn't cover it as far as Mr. Munoz getting up there to testify to tell you what really happened that night, what he remembers happened. But they better well let me get a word in. What do you think they do to Brandon if I put him up there? Do you take that into consideration? Take that into consideration. What do you think they would give it when he's saying something different than what they wanted to hear? I'm going to trust that you will follow the law and that you will not take into consideration the fact that Mr. Munoz did not testify, and you will afford him his Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate himself. And that you do remember that he does not have to prove his innocence. They have to prove his guilt. They have not done that, not beyond a reasonable doubt, not with credible evidence, not with a credible accomplice witness. And again, ladies and gentlemen, when you're asking yourself, would Blaze Simpson lie to us under oath? I'll just, again, submit to you that if he'll lie about something as simple as him expecting, to get something for his testimony, then you can't believe a word he says. Remember, they want you to believe that these guys, that he had an AK-47. Well, let me tell you, people who typically have AK-47 have AK-47s for a reason. okay? You don't just typically jump from a pistol to an AK-47, okay? People who have AK-47s use AK-47s, okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen, that little Emilio, come on, that's ridiculous. If they wanted to take his dope, they could have just took his dope in the parking lot. If he had any, it wasn't a robbery, it was a confrontation. A confrontation that for whatever reason led to a shooting in that apartment. That's what the evidence in this case shows, ladies and gentlemen. Or the evidence is just as consistent. With there being a confrontation, you have evidence that there was a confrontation, and then a shooting. So the evidence, and that's corroborated. And ladies and gentlemen, what I want y'all to really think about is, and I know this is crazy, but the bottom line is, they have the burden of proof. We don't have to prove that it was a confrontation. They have to prove that it wasn't, and they haven't done that. Because the evidence is just as likely corroborates a confrontation as it does any alleged robbery. And the bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what to believe, that's a reasonable doubt. This is a capital murder case. And that's the type of evidence that they brought you in a capital murder case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you find Mr. Munoz not guilty, not, they show you, I got to address this, they show you all the gory body cams. Remember we talked about the sympathy? That wasn't necessary. They show you all the body cams, try to, I guess that is what happened. But show you all that body cam, all the footage of Evelyn, crying and the how crazy that was to actually let you see him on the ground like that, That's sympathy. That's sympathy. Well, I guess until now they're saying maybe Evelyn did the dope too. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. There was no dope. There was no dope, and that's why I submit to you the confrontation took place. They've come all the way from Seagoville. Isn't that? The crazy thing is, the thing that makes the most sense, they want you to, no, that's not what happened. Just disregard that. Disregard that. Isn't that the thing that makes the most sense? They came all the way from Seagoville, way up to North Dallas. Now James can't produce no dope. Emilio can't produce the weed. Because remember, Blaze said they were getting the weed from James. And now he can't produce. Blaze Michael is high and pissed. And we know what happens when Michael gets pissed. You saw the photos of Blaze, For whatever reason, again, he's pissed, goes up, still wants to fight with Emilio. They can't disprove that that's what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that what Blaze gave you was a false confession trying to save himself. He's not guilty. Not because that's what I think, or that's because he wants, or Ms. Bastion wants, or his family wants, but I believe that you should find him not guilty, first and foremost, because the state hasn't proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt, not with credible witnesses. And secondly, I believe that's what the law dictates that you do. And when you read the jury charge and you follow the jury charge, specifically the section on the accomplice witness, that you will follow the law and you will find him not guilty. Now, thank you.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Kimberly, you may proceed.
May I remove my mask?
Yes.
supposed to first start off by saying that the defendant didn't know what was coming, didn't know what evidence was coming. That's not true. The first thing we have to do is get all of the evidence. As a citizen, you have the right to see all of the evidence that's going to be presented against you and formulate a defense. You may not know how we're going to present the case, but you know everything that I'm going to present. The defendant knew everything we were going to present. And now, as the jury, you're able to use your common sense because you know things now. You know that Brandon Munoz is the shooter. You know he is. And you know that at the very least, he's criminally responsible for capital murder. He's a party to this offense. A murder occurred because of a robbery. And that makes him guilty of capital murder. You may have been sitting there and was like, man, the state didn't even bring a witness that said he was there, besides Blaze, who's co-defendant. You're like, oh my God. But the defense just said he was there. So we know he was there. That's probably the only thing that was confusing you, or like you were wondering about. Was he actually there? And yes, he was actually there. All four of those guys was there. They were all there. And think about it. We don't even have to prove motive. But who has the motive to actually kill Emilio Paez? Now the defense is supposed to get up here and like confuse you and just throw things out there. He said a bunch of things that the state never said. This is the first time I'm saying things right now. Besides open. And I didn't say half of the things he said that I said. The witnesses didn't say half of the things that he said that they said. He was testifying because he's trying to defend his client. The murderer. The one who shot everybody. The one who shot Emilio. Now think about this. Out of those four people, if they were all there, who really had the motive to kill Emilio Paez? Do you think it was Michael Gray? Michael Gray already took criminal responsibility for his actions. He's a convicted murderer. We know this. You saw him on that tape. He ran to his car. We know that's his car, that black car that came in there after the fake confrontation. The fake confrontation that James made up. We saw that. You saw it. So for Michael Gray to have been the killer or to have shot Emilio, he would have had to kick in the door. Because he would have had to kick in the door and then somehow Brandon Munoz got shot through him? That doesn't even make sense. And you saw he ran out of there. He's one of the first people that ran out of there. Where was the defendant? Where was Brandon Munoz? The last person that came out of there. You saw James was able to run all the way out of there, get to his car, before Brandon even was able to run over there. And you saw how long it took to get to that apartment. You saw where this confrontation happened. Look at that video. You get to look at all of the evidence there that we presented. That video shows that how you can't see Emilio's apartment from that street. Nowhere from the parking lot, you cannot see Emilio's apartment. I mean, from the parking lot, you cannot see Emilio's apartment. So how did they know to get back there? They all went up there. We know this. All four of them were there. Do you think it was Blaze? He won't even say that Blaze is the killer. He won't even say that Blaze is the shooter. Because you know Blaze didn't do it. He was carrying an AK-47, going along for the ride. And even if you don't believe he went along for the ride, let's say he was saying, hey, yeah, we definitely need to go rob Emilio. What incentive, really, does he have to come here and testify and say, hey, I'm guilty of capital murder, knowing that the defense gets to put in details that even the state doesn't know? Because the defendant's able to defend himself. He knows things that we don't know. And he can tell you things himself.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Blaze can tell you things himself. You gotta let Blaze tell you things himself. Oh.
I have to object to him commenting on my client's, I'm sorry, Judge.
Comment
I
on.
have to object to him commenting on my client's, right to remain silent, Judge.
Your Honor, I was commenting on Blaze's right, Blaze testifying and what he has to say.
Okay.
Okay.
If you're referring to the defendant, then that is sustained. Go right ahead.
You said if I would?
Yeah.
Blaze can tell you himself. He sat there and told you, we planned this robbery. We went there, supposed to kick in the door, get some weed wax, get some weed from him or wherever. And then he told you, I ran. And you saw that on the surveillance video. He ran immediately. And you can tell that. And Michael Gray, who was the driver of the car, was right there with him. So you know that Blaze and Michael did the exact same thing in there. You're like, hey, what did James do in there? Was he the murderer? That doesn't even make sense. Even if it does make sense, Brandon Munoz is still criminally responsible for his actions. If James is the murderer, James would have had to be sitting in the corner right over there. You see that? You guys see that? There's no furniture in that whole apartment, except for the 3 stools. So you know where James was. James was in there smoking with Emilio. You know that. Look at all of those crime scene photos. You'll see basically that the only place that's actually safe to be in there was where James was. And so James would have had to get up from there, shoot over the kitchen, somehow run all the way over, and then shoot through the wall? How does that make sense? It makes more sense that somebody kicked in the door, ran in there, created that kind of scene, and then shot through the wall. They shot through the wall. It even went through the neighbor's apartment. If the neighbors were awake, they could have been shot. You saw the bullets in their apartment. So for James to have done it, that doesn't even make sense. The only person who would make sense is Brandon Munoz. Blaze saw him kick the door in. After he kicked the door in, he got shot in his arm. Enraged, you can use your common sense with this. Enraged, he then unloads, keeps shooting. You saw all of this. You saw it all. This was in the apartment. This is what Brandon Munoz used to shoot Emilio. Who else is gonna shoot that much? Blaze, who's outside with an AK? You didn't see any AK bullets. You didn't. Michael Gray, who on the camera you can see, runs with Blaze. James comes out before Brandon Munoz. Tell me, who has the motivation to actually shoot Emilio Paez? Brandon Munoz, because he just got shot. Hey man, he was basically supposed to rob him. Then ended up having a murder. The intent to murder can form in an instant. You bust in someone's door, and then they shoot you. Yes, you're gonna shoot back, which is what Brandon Munoz did. You can use your common sense and see that. You know that Brandon Munoz is the shooter. And you know he's criminally responsible for murder, for capital murder. Now, the defense was talking also about like how the scene was all chaotic, stuff could have been tampered with. Why were those in a dog bowl? You think the police just put those in a dog bowl like this? You think Brandon Munoz didn't really come in? You think the killer didn't really come into the apartment and then shoot through Come on. The defense doesn't even make sense, and it's not supposed to. It's supposed to confuse you and make you think, oh, there's reasonable doubt. The mere fact that he's actually there lets you know his actions. You can tell his actions. You can use your common sense. That's what you're allowed to do when you get back there. Now, please look at all of the evidence there. Please look at the crime scene photos. Look at the surveillance. Look at what people do on the surveillance. Look at how you know James came there with Emilio. James came there with these three: Brandon Munoz, Michael Gray, Blaze Simpson. You can believe that part about Blaze. He sat there and told you that we can try him for capital murder, and he has already confessed. And it's not a false confession. Nobody made him come here. I don't even know. We didn't even know what he was going to say up there. But surprisingly, he said the exact same thing that he said to Detective Lowe. The same thing that he told us when we first interviewed him. And he said it to you. Now, you can let the defense try to call him a liar and everything. Yeah, of course. He started lying first. That was the first thing that Blaze did, was lie. He said, no, I need to go up there. And then after that, after the officer was like, yeah, there's surveillance footage of it. He was like, oh yeah, let me make sure that I'm not sitting over here lying to the detective. Because he already saw me. He already saw me up there with my AK. He saw Brandon kick the door in. He heard the shots. He may have even saw the shots. Blaze thought, oh, they already caught me. They got a video of the offense. So he told the same story there, told the same story to us after that, told the same story to all of you. They planned a robbery. Why else would you come all the way from Seagoville to North Dallas? None of them have a reason to be there, besides a robbery. You think they're gonna go all the way? Why would all three of them be there and then all of a sudden a confrontation happens? That doesn't make sense. And you can see on the surveillance video that the fake confrontation was between James and Michael Truman, who's driving his car. Why would, all of a sudden, those guys, after waiting in the parking lot for at least 20 minutes, let's be conservative and say 20 minutes that they waited in the parking lot. You can see the surveillance footage of them just driving around a little bit, trying to park or whatever. Why would they sit there and wait 20 minutes? If it was a confrontation, you sit there, you had your confrontation, you sit there and you wait 20 minutes, and then you go into an apartment that you don't really know where it is, because there's 8 apartments right there. How do you know which apartment it is? You can't see it from the parking lot where you had the confrontation. That doesn't make sense. What makes sense is that confrontation was fake. And you know it was. You know it in your heart. You saw it with your eyes. That's a fake confrontation. They planned this robbery. Came all the way from Seagoville, went to North Dallas, planned the robbery. Does it matter who James texts, hey, come in? They text on Snapchat. Snapchat disappears. Believe me, if we could have got that evidence, we would have given it to you. But Snapchat disappears. We're not in control of the evidence. We're in control when we put on the stand, and the witnesses have to come there and give the facts as they are. That's what happened. They committed this robbery, and because of that, Emilio Paez is dead. This is who we're here for today. We're here for Emilio Paez. He's the victim in this case. Not Brandon Munoz, not Blaze Simpson, not James Davis, not Michael Gray. Emilio. He didn't even get to see his kid that's named after him. He leaves behind a girlfriend in Evelyn that you saw on the body cams was distraught. Stuff everywhere. You hear her boyfriend just wheezing. The last thing that he said to her was, call 911. Think about it, that was the last thing that your significant other said to you. And Emilio's family, they all loved him. You saw Eric Cho, who basically started the entire investigation. That's the reason why Detective Lowe knew that James Davis was at the apartment initially. And that's why he became a suspect. And that's why he's also guilty and criminally responsible as a party for capital murder. So James tells you all about, so James Cho tells you all about, Eric Cho tells you all about how Emilio helps the family out, helps people out. He's a good dude. You'll even see it on the text messages between James and Emilio that he's trying to help James out. He's somebody that helped somebody who got him killed, somebody that set him up for robbery, and then it turned into a murder. And because that robbery turned into a murder, that's why it's capital murder. It doesn't matter that they initially tried to do a robbery and that's all their intentions were, because that's what Blaze kept saying. He said that. He's like, we intended to rob him. Didn't intend for the murder to happen. But that doesn't even matter. The fact that a robbery occurred, and because of that robbery occurred, and because it was planned, a murder happened. Brandon Munoz is guilty of capital murder. Please look at the surveillance footage. Look at the defendant's own picture. He got shot. He had the motivation for this murder. He had the motivation. He got shot, so he shot somebody. Use your common sense. Brandon kicks open this door. Emilio's right there, shoots him immediately. He shoots him back. That's the only thing that makes sense. You know that beyond a reasonable doubt. You know that beyond a reasonable doubt. And when you go back there, and you're thinking to yourself, hey, once I give this guy guilty because he's criminally responsible for capital murder, and do you know the punishment range? That's not even what you're supposed to be thinking about. You're supposed to be thinking about the fact that this occurred. What occurred? A robbery that was planned. Conspiracy, clear. They all planned it. He was there. Somebody, Emilio Paez, was murdered. He was young too. He was 22. He wasn't even the youngest person in this whole situation. He wasn't even the oldest person in the situation. He got robbed. He was young as well. He had a life in front of him as well. Don't let the defense confuse you. Yes, we have the burden of proving this case. And I submit to you, we've met that burden. You know what happened. You know in your heart of hearts, you know in your mind, you know what happened. You know. Brandon Munoz is the shooter. And even if you don't want to say that to yourself, you know he's criminally responsible for capital murder. So he's guilty. Guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a couple of other instructions. I'm going to leave it up to you all, because you all are going to be the facts of guilt and innocence at this point. Leave it up to you all to take your breaks. One thing you have to know is that you can only deliberate when everyone is in the room together. So if somebody takes a break or someone has to step out, you've got to be sure to stop deliberating until they come back. What we're gonna do now is we gotta collect everything out of here, so we're gonna ask you guys to step out. I'm gonna hand you all pad of paper, jury charge, pen. We're gonna clear everything out of here, so you all are gonna be able to have access to, sitting where you'd like. I will, you all have to know there will be a bailiff right outside the double doors. If you have a question, if you all need to take a break, you gotta be sure to let the bailiffs know, so they need to know where you are at all times. And if you all, have any questions, just know that you have to write it down and it has to be signed by the presiding juror. If you have taken any notes, you must be sure that you do not refer to those notes during deliberation. Your lunch is expected to be here about 12:30, so we will let you all know when that actually arrives. Other than that, the court will stand in recess until you all have come back with a verdict.
All right.
All rise.
All right, Ms. Cornelia, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's go back on the record. This is a continuation. We have received a verdict on cause number F20754770, Style of State of Texas versus Brandon Alexander Munoz. The jury has come back with a verdict. Let me have the defendant or accused person to stand to receive the verdict. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of murder as included in the indictment signed by the presiding juror. And is there anything else that needs to go on the record? Because we're gonna have to break and prepare for the punishment phase.
None from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you all can have a seat. So jurors, let me give you some idea what happens now. We're going to the next phase of the trial, and that is the punishment phase. So what will happen is we will need to take care of some matters outside of your presence. So I'm gonna ask that you all take your break at this point, and you'll go back to your 7 and 7 for right now, and we will call you back in shortly to start that phase of the trial. All right, thank you. Oh, hold on just a minute. Y'all have a seat just a minute. Who are my two alternates? All right. For both of you, okay, gentlemen, counsel.
Oh, sorry.
For both of you, we are now gonna excuse you from your service. You are welcome to stay if you would like, but you are not required to. But we are gonna go into the punishment phase, and that will also be some deliberations that will take place. I wanna thank you all so much for your patience and for your time. But you're welcome to stick around, and then when we finish up with everything, I would like to talk to you, and so will probably some of the attorneys if you all choose to do that. But for right now, let's just take a break, and if both of the alters will let the bailiffs know whether or not you want to stick around or not, just let them know when you all walk out. All right, we will be in recess.
All rise.
seat. You ready to be sworn in?
Ready?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will now begin with the punishment phase of the trial. You all are still under all your same instructions to not talk about the case, and I see the alternate has stayed, so that's good news. The state, are you ready to proceed?
State is ready, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
State would like to call Emilio Paez Senior to the floor.
Raise your hand. You swear or affirm in all matters before the court, you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you lower your hand, you may have a seat, sir. You have to pull that mic close to your mouth so we can be sure to hear you, and it's up to you as to whether or not you remove your mask. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Paez.
How you doing today?
I know this is a difficult, this has been a difficult situation for you. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
So we're here today, talking about your son, Mr. Emilio, who you call Andrew. Could you tell us a little bit about Andrew?
Andrew was man, since he was in middle school, he worked with me every day. He always was a homebody until, you know, he finally got a girlfriend and stuff. He started maneuvering a little bit. But, there's really nothing bad to really say about him. He had, every once in a while, you know, little argument here and there, you know, but he, like I said, you know, it goes from seeing him every day to not seeing him no more.
And how was he like a kid? How was he as a kid?
No, man, great. Didn't have no problems out of him. He played sports. He was in ROTC in high school. He enjoyed what I drag raced, and he enjoyed the hobby. He went with me to the track. You know, eventually he got him a car, and we started doing things together.
What type of work did y'all do together?
Foreclosed houses.
And what does that mean?
Maintain them, rehab them, anything a house needs done, we did.
Do y'all have a bunch of family memories together?
I'm sorry?
Do y'all have a bunch of family memories together?
Yes, sir. We're not like an average family. We're a real tight family. We spend basically every holiday together. We take vacations together. And I mean as a family, the whole family. Grandpa, grandma, aunts, uncles. It's impacted a lot.
And you have a grandson, right?
And your grandson, yep,
What's his name?
Elliot,
And is that Andy's son?
yes, sir.
Have you met him?
Yes,
How's that relationship like?
it's still a little new.
Now, you know this jury has already convicted Brandon Munoz of murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else that you would like them to know before they go back and make a decision on punishment?
I don't get to see my son no more. So, you know, I have no feelings. Whatever happens to him, he can stay behind bars, all I care.
How's this affected your family?
This goes by every day. I think about him every day. My wife, it's affected her really bad. the whole family, we still have gatherings. So even the day that it happened, what happened to him, we actually get together the 6th of every month. We just, till this day, we still have gatherings and memories that we share of him and everything.
And why do you feel like it's important to do that?
It's like I said, it's how we are. We're just a very tight family, and it's affected us a lot. It's affected us, it's tremendously.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3, including Andrew.
And how's this affected them, his siblings?
Yeah, it's affected them just as bad.
Ask the witness.
Mr. Harris?
No question,
Thank you. May this witness be excused.
No objection from the defense.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time and your testimony. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kimberly, you may call your next witness.
State resubmits its case in chief and in rest.
Thank you. Okay, you can have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is 4:23 p.m. and I'm going to let you all go for the day. You all will need to be back tomorrow morning. We're going to try to start as close to 9 o'clock as we can, so if y'all can come back 8:30, 8:45, and we'll get started around 9 o'clock. Just remember all the instructions, and I'm going to add something to that. There may possibly be some media coverage of this case, and I would like you all to do your best to turn it off if it starts coming on, or if there's any kind of information that you receive, that you turn it off as quick as you can, if that does come your way. Otherwise, be sure to wear your jury badges so that everybody knows that you are a juror in this case and they won't be discussing anything with you. But otherwise, I don't know, do they have things in the back they have to get? Did y'all leave anything back there in the back? Okay, all right. Well, thank you, and we will recess until 9 a.m.
All rise.
You all are welcome to it.
Y'all got everything, we dismiss y'all this door.